don't really know what country I want to do because I'm not good at the game. I'm playing on like civilian because I'm bad. So Japan. I'm not very good at Japan, so but I could. I don't think I've actually played Japan before, so. All right, 2 votes for Japan. I guess I'll try Japan. Don't think I've actually played Japan. I might have once, but really struggled, so. More like I gained the power of all of the atrocities committed during the World War II era, except in a different timeline. So this is Kaiserreich, which is a mod for this game. That's very good. Um, that basically creates the alternate scenario of if Germany had won World War I instead of the Entente. So it's a very interesting little thing. I am going to read a lot of these, but I'm not going to read the ones um, that are just about like, oh, this is the mod. So, but I've not actually streamed this ever. I've only ever streamed a game once, so apologies in advance because I am not very good at this. So I always start off by researching like basic stuff. So I did do a Skyrim stream. I did Living Skyrim. It's been a little bit, like a month or two ago, but I did do that. So let's see here. What else is Japan? Because the Japanese Navy is important. Hmm. Japanese Navy is important. So not sure. I guess I can just do like, I'll probably need oil. So just do that. All right. National focuses. Oh god, a lot of these are going to be Japanese, aren't they? I don't know how to play, or how to speak Japanese. Okay, so Haku Ichiyu. Japan's correct direction on the world stage has long been debated between military scholars and ideologues alike, but all agree is all the world not better when it is under one roof. Okay. So Jakiniku. Hi Marnie. How are you doing today? Jakiniku Kiyoshoku, or survival of the fittest, is a fundamental understanding in our military philosophy. Imperialists have greatly expanded their air forces and navies. If we do not do the same, we will surely fall victim to their forces. And then the National Security Act. Debate in the Diet? That cannot be how that's pronounced. Regarding the National Security Act has been raging for the past few weeks, and it's time for us to decide which course our nation will take. Some conservative members of the Diet fear that if the act isn't passed, radical elements in society will try to seize power. The future of Japan is in our hands. So I literally can't do that one until May. This one I can't do until American Civil War starts, which is what I usually play. And that means I can only do the one thing. Okay. Means I can only do this. So, yeah, I really like Kaiserreich. I haven't been playing a ton of games lately, but I really like Kaiserreich, so, just playing it. All right, be safe. I tried to play, but I didn't understand it. I need to do some research before I actually boot up the game. It's is a complicated game because it's grand strategy, which means it's not like anything else. But it is a bit of a complicated game. So just put down some civilian factories, some military factories. don't have a lot apparently. And then fill up the rest with dockyards for the moment. I've been getting spam calls all day long. People trying to convince me that I need to give them my information, so. Strategy tutorials, no way to describe the concepts of these kind of games in a decent way. Yeah, I did the tutorial. Did not realize until I had played like 300 or 400 hours into this game that you're not supposed to push with infantry. Unless you specifically design your unit to be an infantry unit, or a pushing infantry unit, and I wasn't doing that because I didn't know what I was doing, so. Alright, military equipment. Let's see. Fighters, light tank, support equipment, artillery, infantry, naval bombers, heavy fighters. I have no ships running right now. That's not good. Always short on infantry stuff. Oh, okay. That's all right. So, but yeah, the tutorials were garbage. So, all right. Can't be here for the stream. I'm preparing for not fun dances. I hope your day ends up being better than you're afraid it'll be. Okay, I probably need to see what these things are. Okay, so Chindai Shidan, Ahi Shidan, Cavalry, and Marines. Okay. So this is military police unit. That's okay, that's garrison unit. This is proper infantry. That's just cavalry. I have no tank divisions currently. Marines are tough. I'm probably at the limits on that. Okay, so don't need much in the way of tank divisions. Just do one. And then wow, the militias. I mean, you gotta have tanks of some sort. Japan's biggest issue in World War II was their lack of an industry. They simply couldn't keep up. Like they pissed off America, and America was like one of the world's two biggest industry giants, along with Russia or the Soviet Union. And you couldn't do that when you were a country like Japan, where you had basically no real industrial infrastructure. Their hope was they were going to knock America out of the war very quickly, but they didn't. Um, and Hitler was actually like, oh shit. Like, people are like, oh, Hitler was pissed. It's like, no, Hitler was actually into it because in his mind, it would keep America occupied and he would be able to take Europe and deal with only Russia if Russia became an issue, which he expected it would because he and Stalin had a very thin agreement. Um, but that what he didn't expect is that America was able to fight on two fronts. So America took care of both the Pacific and the Atlantic, and he wasn't expecting that. So, but definitely want to focus more on just infantry and then make the infantry better. All right. So I always want reinforcements to be high priority and upgrades to be low priority. So I'm always short on stuff. All right. The U.S. military in the 1940s, the U.S. military was coming off of the Great Depression, where all of the money had been spent on the Navy and very little otherwise. They hadn't done a whole lot in World War One, just kind of came in at the end and wrapped things up. Navy was strong, but not what it would eventually become. It just had like size. But was able to mobilize incredibly quickly, as the YouTube channel Potential History, as he has said, America had such a strong economy that it was able to sick its economy on its economy to fix its economy, which is basically what happened post-Depression. FDR and the war both like dragged the U.S. kicking and screaming out of the Depression. And military spending was a massive amount of that, and that's why there was like a recession after the war. Oh my fucking God. Stop calling me. These fucking scammers. I answer and they fucking hung up on me. So, Like, I was just gonna fuck with them, but they still... I hate it. Anyway. And I can't set up spam thing because it's using a spoofer, so I'm getting a different number every time, and it's not recognizing any of them as spam calls. It's a local cell number. Okay, so heavy fighters. I need... Oh, no, the first one was. The first one was. I made the mistake of answering the first one, and then, yeah. When you answer spam call, they just scam up list and call you more. Yeah, I didn't know it was a spam call, because again, it's a local cell number. I thought it might be somebody local. I'm stupid. I should let numbers I don't recognize go to voicemail. I'm an idiot. U.S. military is big. Yes. No, see, I'm not good. I'm an idiot. So. The U.S. military didn't cut that much after the Cold War because instead of cutting, it was more the U.S. military, the U.S. government decided that, thank you for the follow, sweet lady guard, rather than um, cutting an enormous amount, I mean, Clinton did. Clinton did. But rather than cutting the military, most of the time it's been they've just like started wars, and in order to justify the massive amount of military spending. But anyway, never fall for spam calls, even pickup calls. True. All right. Definitely need convoys always. What else? So, submarines. Destroyers. Light cruisers. Oh, cool. There's actually frickin' light cruisers. That's good. Actually, I have light cruiser design starting out. No heavy cruisers. That's fine. Battleships. Key class. Okay. Telling this Marine is a sub. Good for them. I'm sorry? I feel like the U.S. is currently trying to rally anti-China sentiment and rally people to race for war in the next 20 years. I don't like it. China's doing something popular. So, America has been struggling to properly justify the military spending since the Soviet Union collapsed. Because that was America's big bad guy. And then America didn't have a big bad guy. And with the rise of China being another superpower, America has a big bad guy. America has a BBEG again. So there is this focus on anti-China sentiment in a lot of ways. China is bad. The Chinese government is bad, I mean. But yeah, war is not going to solve the issues here at all. War is going to just have a lot of people die. And ultimately, I don't know if America would win it because I don't know. The war against the Soviet Union was won by proxy conflicts and espionage. And really, America just outlasted because the Soviet Union didn't handle itself properly. China is doing a better job, so I don't know. War is good for the economy. It's very good for the economy. Historically, whenever the economy has a downturn, you start a war and things start to pick back up. Hence why so many people think George W. Bush is responsible for 9/11 happening. All right, so I need to look at my actual Navy before I actually sit here and start looking at stuff. All right. All right, so I need... All right, no, I don't want to do that. I have nothing in reserves. Okay. Speaking of going historically accurate, going off the wall. I mean, Kaiserreich is already not historically accurate, because it's an alternate scenario if Germany won World War One. So the whole game is different. But I have a love of battleships. I also know that strategically battleships are not a good idea. So I don't know. I'm just kind of playing it by ear at the moment. I need my navy to consolidate into one giant fleet so I can organize it the way I want to, since I have plenty of time. Um, I'm I'm mainly just that's new. Huh. I haven't seen that do that before. That's cool. Okay. Anyway, U.S. villainizes the People's Republic of China a lot, just not just the CCP and government. Um, the U.S. villainizes anything that doesn't align perfectly with it, and honestly, even then, often villainizes shit. So it's nothing new. The U.S. has the U.S. is. I don't want to get too political with it because I'll show ignorance. I'll show how little I know about modern politics because my knowledge about um, international politics ends after World War II because I do not give a shit about the Cold War. It was just stupid. Um, all right, let's just organize. I genuinely don't know how to play Japan here. So, how many of these do we have? We have 22 of those. So I can go on a thing. Those can go on a thing. Those can go on a thing. Those can go on a thing. All right. So that's just like infantry, like very generic. Easy to look at stuff in retrospect. Cold War was filled with misleading propaganda and espionage. Yeah, sure. Hey, hun. Welcome to the stream. Here's basically when you're not a communist. Here's some guns. Yeah, yeah. I mean, even though like ultimately the current Chinese government, in a lot of ways was more aligned with U.S. stuff than the what became the Taiwanese government. Um, America still was like, no, it says communist. Can't say communist. Better dead than red kind of shit, you know? So, fuck. All right. So, I genuinely don't know what I'm doing. So, these are guard, these are proper infantry, these are cavalry, so tanks will go there, and then those are marines. So, I need naval stuff. Congrats, hon. Congrats on your first skirt. Make it go spinny. Just get all of the euphoria from it. Okay, I don't know what samurai lineage is, but everybody has this. Substance abuser, that's a new one. Um, so I don't have anybody that has. Okay. In that case, let's take one of the. Is the sound even playing in this game? Okay, I guess the sound's just not going to play. That's fine. Okay, so cavalry. Ramsar, reckless, infantry, inflexible strategist, defense and logistics is improved. So that's the guy I want. Thank you so much for the sub, Hamish 324, Hamish 324. I'm sorry, I'm not good with names. I'm sorry. Defense and logistics. All right. So I want. Assumption. Okay, who's the best option? This one. Decent across the board. Gains entrenchments in addition to cavalry officer. That's garbage. Um. So I think I'm just gonna go with that one. And this one. So them. All right. So there's that. Now the Air Force. Bunch of stuff. That's on a carrier. That's on a carrier. That's on a carrier. Carrier. Not carrier. So that's all of that. All right. Alrighty. Naval bomber, airborne bomber, and fighter. I don't know. Kaiserreich is very much more like narrative driven than vanilla, so I haven't played Japan first, so I don't know if there's something built into their thing or not. Because Kaiserreich gives you plenty of war. It's a lot harder to avoid it. So recovering from the lost decade. In what has come to be called the lost decade, the 1920s were marked by economic depression and political instability in Japan. The plight was particularly severe in the agricultural sector and caused a massive demographic change as farmers fled from the depressed countryside to urban areas, flooding the labor market and further driving down wages. After leaving the something led constitutionalist coalition and taking charge of the government, Inukai and his cabinet successfully expanded the Japanese sphere of influence into Manchuria and the edges of Siberia, acquiring a vital export market for the Japanese economy, but the agricultural situation continued to deteriorate as cheap agricultural imports from Manchuria bled into the countryside. As 1936 dawns, continued rearmament and state investment have fully rebuilt the industrial economy, but the issue of rural poverty remains chronic and unsolved. More Japanese that I do not speak, unfortunately. All right, so Genuinely don't know what I'm doing here. So these are just guards. So we'll just garrison them places. I'm not good at this game for the record. Like I'm genuinely really not good at this game. So, just have them guard stuff for now. I think usually end up I will end up attacking the Philippines first, I think. I'm not sure. Either the Philippines or one of the multiple Chinese warlord countries. I don't know. Okay, so that's that one. This one, just send them there for the moment. That one, just have them chill here. And that one also just have them chill here. All right, now Navy. I have to figure out what my Navy looks like. Assassination of President Karen. Oh God, I have to cough. Okay. Assassination of President Kerensky. Kerensky has just been shot and killed while on the way to the Senate. The assailant was taken down by the police, but the goals and intentions of the attacker are unknown. Despite his massive unpopularity among the Russian people due to botched land reform and ineffective rule, Kerensky was nevertheless able to hold the country together for years, and his death has thrown Russia into chaos. The senators are already discussing a possible replacement to Kerensky. New coalitions are being formed, both between the left and the right, while military men like Wrangel and Kornilov are just one step away from intervening to dissolve democracy and save Mother Russia. How barbaric. Alright. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. Shit. Voting rights in the Legation Council. The legation cities were formed in 1920. I think that says 28. I don't know. Text is kind of small on my screen. The legation cities were formed in 1928 as a result of the Americans intervening in the Zili-Fengtian conflict they believed was going to spill out into open war between ourselves and the Zili and their German backers. When a passenger train was attacked by Chinese warlords, America saw the opportunity to mediate not only in order to create a more permanent solution to the instability in the East, but also enshrine the open door policy in China, which allows all powers equal access to Chinese markets. Consisting of all official concessions in China, as well as a 30-mile neutral zone, the legation cities, officially known as the International Mandate for the Chinese Concessions, also host a forum, the Legation Council, for the various powers of Chinese interests to coordinate their policies better. As the foremost power in the Far East, we naturally are able to vote on the Council and both further our Chinese agenda and stymie our enemies. And Tetsu declares record earnings. Oh my god, this is wearing my throat out already. Japan has had a presence in Manchuria ever since the conclusion of the Russo-Japanese War, and in the years since, our hold over the region has greatly strengthened. The negotiations at Shanghai in 1928 forced the world to recognize our right to a free hand in Manchuria, opening boundless opportunity to our citizens under the something army's watchful eye. Our control is not absolute, however, Zhang and the Fengshan government is not always cooperative. It is fortunate for him that our desire to safeguard a profitable peace of Manchuria remains paramount, alongside our hope that his government will one day act as a vehicle for our greater Chinese ambitions. For these reasons, the heart of our efforts in Manchuria is the South Manchuria Railway Company, or Mantetsu for short, which has become responsible for developing and exploiting vast swaths of the Manchurian economy, propelling the region to become Japan's primary source of coal and steel, as well as a producer of over half the world's soybean supply. Today, Mantetsu has announced its highest profits to date. I mean, yeah, I'm trying to pronounce some of them, but I'm not going to put in a ton of effort on most of these. All right. You know what? I always need destroyers and submarines. Let's just do that. Excuse me. Interesting. So that has better torp tubes to an extent. This has mine leading tubes. This is more universally useful. So, all right. So waiting on the Navy to be in one thing. Um, God damn it. All right. Let's see what we've got here. This is close enough. I'm sure this is most of them. 5 carriers, 2 dreadnoughts. That's fine. 2 dreadnoughts is fine. Satsuma and Aki. That's fine. 8 armored cruisers, 14 battleships, 10 heavy cruisers, 17 light cruisers, 100 destroyers, and 53 submarines. So, not going to worry about the dreadnoughts. I'll just throw them in some heavy strike forces. Carriers are more important. I need to build a bunch of carriers. I think I can probably get away with like the lowest thing of carriers. Fleets are not merging because you're refitting. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Like I said, I'm not good at this game. Okay, so 8 ships of armored cruiser type. The hell did I just do? Did not mean to do that, whatever I just said. Okay, 8 armored cruisers, 14 battleships. So I tend to prefer just battleships rather than battleships and armored cruisers. But refitting armored cruisers into battleships is not efficient. 10 heavy cruisers, Kirishima and Hiei, which have battleship guns, battle cruisers. Yeah, yeah, I know, I know. Trust me, if there's one thing I know about, it's battleships and battle cruisers. I am a very, very, very big fan of battleships. Um, I'm just trying to figure out what all I have. So I have some key class. I have Congos. So I would prefer the battleship just because carriers are important in Kaiserreich, but battleships actually play a bigger role than they do in actual history. So subs, destroyers, escort cruisers, 10 cruisers. So carrier for defense purposes. No. Hey, I love talking ships. I'm not smart. I know a fair bit about battleships and then not a whole lot about anything else, but like I love talking ships. Feel free. Feel absolutely free. All right, so I want that as defensive. There's Yamamoto. Of course, Yamamoto is like the best one. Um, that's a carrier dude right there. So, sortie efficiency, naval targeting. That's my that. Leader experience gain. Positioning, retreat decision chance. That's my escort. Positioning, spotting speed. Those are the patrols. Well, no, Yamamoto's not the patrol. Yamamoto would be the attacker. Yeah. Just have that one as. Let's focus on the home islands for that. Ships are expensive as fuck. The only reason the Japanese Navy historically switched to kamikaze was due to having nothing left. They had nothing left in the tank. So they were just like throwing everything they had left as hard as they could. I mean, sending a 70,000 plus ton battleship to its death, along with all the crew, the way Yamato was, is dumb. I mean, they thought that it was big and strong enough that it would be able to defend what they were doing. They're like, oh, well, if we ground it, then it can't be sunk. It becomes a 18-inch artillery platform. It's like, okay, yeah, I mean, I guess, but it didn't get there. So, um, I'm not I'm not doing that kind of thing. Might split off. Disable automatic reinforcement. Okay, so that's my strike force, and then I need my heavy patrol. So I have how many battle cruisers? 8. So I mean, the Yamato class was done no matter what happened. It was not going to survive the war. But it still was kind of not the best solution for it, I guess. Again, like I said, Japan was backed into a corner. Japan had nothing left. So let's go with that one for patrols. The Totalist Charter. Mussolini, Valois, Ultramar, names, and other interested parties arrived in Birmingham today to discuss their common ground. It has been agreed that Maximism, Sorelianism, and National Syndicalism all share basic principles of the state primacy in the socialist struggle, the role of national identity within the state, and the importance of a strong central authority to preserve and build socialism. The Charter also claims the socialist state is the final stage of human development and that democracy is not necessary to achieve socialism. These statements have drawn great criticisms from other socialist factions who gave it the name totalism as a play on totalitarian socialism, which has been eagerly accepted by Mosley, who added it to the manifesto's name, attributing it to their total commitment to socialism. Shit, I didn't pause. Dissolution of the. I'm saying diet, and I don't think that's correct. Tried to force design, but the evolution of word made less vision that design doing. No, I mean, that's not that good. So the Yamato was a ship built. Oh my God. The Yamato and Musashi were ships built for World War One. Like that's what they were designed for. That's what they were built for. And at the beginning of World War II, it's not like everybody knew carriers were what were going to dominate everything because in World War One they hadn't. I mean, aircraft had been very mediocre in World War One, and even by the beginning of World War II, like they were much, much better, but nobody expected them to be the force that they were. Um, so Japan thought, well, we just make battleships that are Daieto. Uh, I I think it's similar to what I was saying. Um, Yamato and Musashi were not bad ships necessarily. The problem was they were just not in the right war. Um, they rarely got to fight anything like toe to toe that was like actually required for their usage. They never actually got to see any other battleships that much. And they were too valuable. Like the cost of making a super battleship like that was just ungodly, and Japan simply didn't have the industry to like even really pull off something like that. And then, yeah. Plus, Japanese anti-air guns weren't that good. They bought the design of anti-air guns that multiple other countries had rejected because they were crap, but the Japanese government was like, "Hey, that looks good." Iowas were the only roughly equal opponent. They were faster but lighter armed and armored. So a lot of warfare ideas were thrown out there in the war, but suffered the same result, and they were used there. And they were used there. Yeah. Well, the Iowas were. Um, I want to say the Iowas were laid down just before war broke out for America. Um, but for the majority of World War II, America only had new, two fast battleship classes. You had the North Carolina class, which is my favorite. Not favorite design, but just my favorite ships. And then you had the South Dakota class, which were probably the best designed battleships ever, because like they were a little too small for the crew, which sucked, but they were compact. Their armor scheme was very good. They had American 16-inch guns. They were decently fast. Like they were extremely good designs. Um, the North Carolinas, unfortunately, were not good designs. America had no idea what they were doing trying to make a fast battleship, and they fucked it up. So, um, and then the Iowas are, I don't know, post-war Richelieu class. Yeah, French battleships are interesting. I I have very interesting opinions about what I want out of a ship, but or like what I would have liked to see on a ship, but I feel like the South Dakota class were the best combination of everything because they were fast enough, armored enough, and armed enough. They always say you can't have like you can pick two of the three. I would argue the South Dakotas had all three. They just lessened each of them to a certain extent. Um, but Tanks design, but there are parallels between the two in terms of warfare application. Yes, to a point, yes. I believe that there was this mentality that bigger meant better, both in tanks and ships, but that's not necessarily the case. Um, because the Yamatos were massive, and like yeah, against any other battleship actually fielded in the war, um, they outclassed everything fielded in World War II except for the Iowas. And with the Iowas, I would argue that it would still be a tough fight because the Iowas just didn't have as much like main battery firepower as the Yamato. Um, they were faster, but they were also way too big, like way too long. And the Iowas are basically like oversized battle cruisers. They have like no armor. Like I would say that America, if the Montana class had been finished, I would say um that America had in World War II built or built for World War II, two classes of battle cruiser and two classes of battleship. Because I would argue that the North Carolina and the Iowa class, my phone's not even waking up to spam call anymore. Um, I would say that the Iowa and North Carolina classes were more battle cruiser, and the South Dakota and Montana were more battleship. Um, but I don't know. So many people love the Iowa class. I'm not that impressed with the Iowa class. I think the Iowa class is overrated. Everybody's like, oh, but the Iowa class was the last battleship class to serve ever, and one of the last battleship classes ever built, and blah blah blah. It's like, okay, I get that. I get that the U.S. military forced the Iowas to serve well past their expiration dates. Um, but that doesn't mean they were like great. Line between battleship and battlecruisers, Blair Bennett. Yes, but I would still say that it is visible because you have it's based purely on armor and speed because like guns are identical across somebody's battleship and battlecruiser because like technically America had the super heavy cruisers, they had the Alaska. I don't remember if it was called the Alaska class, but I think it was. um like they had those, and those were technically battle cruisers, but I would argue that the Iowa class is more of a battle cruiser, and that was just a super heavy cruiser. Um, but yeah, I would definitely say that battle cruisers use secondary armor for speed and have noticeable attention for anti-cruiser and anti-air escort. I mean, Iowa class. Iowa class has very little armor for its size and has crazy speed. Um, so unless they do long services, that doesn't make it necessarily good design. They're not the worst design. It's just they're not good for the kind of stuff. Okay, okay. Let me rephrase it. Until the Iowa class, battleship designs and that were built were broadly speaking battleships. They were not escort ships. The Iowa class had very thin armor for its size and were very fast, big guns, good anti-air. The Iowas were built to be escorts. Whenever they got finished, they were escorts. They were not battleships. They were escorts. Like the Iowas would not have held up against a comparable battleship. Like I would say Iowa versus South Dakota. South Dakota wins unless Iowa flees because Iowa is faster by a fair amount. But I would say that people, I would say the only reason the Iowas survived as long as they did, like there's actually like practical reasons for why only the Iowas were still used past the 50s. I think it was the 50s. Anyway, so here it is. Every every battleship, battlecruiser type thing that America had pre North Carolina was slow. All the big ships were slow. They were too slow to be used after World War II. And the only reason they were used into World War II is because they had them and they were useful. Like they were very slow, but they still had good armor, good guns, all of it. North Carolina was fast enough, but ended up being slower than it was meant to be because they screwed up the design and they couldn't actually ever reach its absolute top speed appropriately. Um, so North Carolina and Washington got retired, even though they were quite effective in the war. So the South Dakotas were too squat and slow for what they wanted, which North Carolinas were also slow in that sense, but the South Dakotas were too short and slow because after World War II and even towards the end of World War II, they realized that the only real use for battleships was as carrier escorts, heavy carrier escorts. And that's what the Iowas were. And battleships went from being the centerpiece of a battle group to being an escort for the carriers, which became the centerpiece. So Iowa being that class being so fast is the only reason the Iowas were continued to be used. And they canceled two of the Iowas because there was no reason to actually have battleships at all because the carriers outclassed them so much. They were just too big of targets for the kind of firepower that they had. Carriers had better projection of firepower over longer spaces, and yeah. Iowa's main advantage against other ships is 16-inch gun improvements in electronics. 16-inch guns, yes, because they use the 50 calibers instead of the 45 calibers on the North Carolinas and the Sodaks, and I want to say the 45 calibers were also used on the Colorado and Tennessee classes. I may be wrong on that. Um, but Iowa used the 50 caliber 16-inch guns, which were better. And then as far as electronics go, I mean, that was just America in general. America had much improved radar and stuff over everything. It's just the Iowas happened to be the newest thing. Um, so yeah. Um, Battle cruisers turn into two types: light cruiser hunters like Alaska or Dunkirk, and heavier carrier escort. Yeah, yeah. Um, battle cruisers were more able to survive after the war than battleships because the roles had changed. Battleships were meant to be heavily armed and armored in the thick of a battle, protected by smaller ships to an extent, but they were meant to be the centerpiece of a fleet. But a centerpiece like that, which has a range of, God, what was it, 60 miles, 70 miles, was maxed out in World War II? Or maybe it was less than that. I don't remember. Anyway, whenever their range had like, it's like, okay, this is as far as it can shoot effectively, but you're up against a carrier which can project firepower from a much greater distance, and that firepower like moves around. So you have to have so much of your ship dedicated to anti-air. Battleships just, yeah. Doing a Germany run in Hoi 4, trying for Operation Sea Lion achievement. I've barely played vanilla Hoi, so I generally just play Kaiserreich, so I don't have many of the achievements. I actually don't even play Japan like I'm doing here, so. Edward VIII crowned as King of Great Britain. God. Yeah, George V, the last king of Great Britain and Ireland to have ruled the home isles themselves, has passed while in exile in Canada. First Windsor King, his reign shall be remembered with sorrow and sadness, as during it Britain lost both the Weltkrieg and its homeland. The crown was inherited by Edward, Prince of Wales, who now stylizes himself as Edward VIII. King Edward is vengeful and an ambitious man, and not on good terms with Prime Minister Mackenzie King. He lives on the goal of avenging his father and reconquering the British Isles, and thus is quite popular among the British exiles in Canada, among others. Vanilla is boring, honestly, because it's just kind of vanilla is basically set in stone, more or less. Like, it's actually quite difficult to buck the trend because there are reasons World War II turned out the way it did. And, like, you have to make a lot of changes to what happened. Thank you so much for the follow, Galafaxis. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. Um, like, it's so much more difficult to change the outcome because if you're playing as Germany, you have to have quite a bit of momentum, and you have to be able to keep one of the two big superpowers out of your war, because if you have both of them, then you're struggling. If the Soviet Union and America both step in, then like that's what's going to happen because there's too much for you to try to counter. Um, Even with both Germany and France industrial capacities. Um, it just ends up being extremely difficult. Not to mention the difficulty in crossing the channel, the Operation Sea Lion stuff. Yes, the silent mentions its number when I made the sensor. I had Galafax, which is, wow, main character name. Ah, okay. It's a Galafax. Okay, so I have 3 carriers, 5 cruisers, 8 battleships, 10 cruisers. Or carriers. 3 carriers, 5 heavy battle cruisers. Submarines is worth. Let's do submarines. Sea lion is easy now, but I've had a hard time capitulating the Benelux and French regions. We capitulate France, US is in the war. Yeah. It's all about it's all about like what is it called? Bite and hold. Push through with a very concentrated panzer division and then hold it with your infantry. Um, Mass encirclements, things like that. Let's see. Focus on tanks. Oh yeah. God, I'm not I'm struggling too much with the Japan stuff because I don't understand Japan's place in Kaiserreich that well. Because I don't pay attention. Um, so much more accustomed to the German and like I'm so much more accustomed to this area and this as a whole. So I'm struggling. So 2 or 14. I always struggle to know what kind of divisions. I just like have a decent number of stuff and that's about it. Okay. You know what? I don't know what Japan's place is. So browsing Twitter, I clicked your Twitch channel live. Thanks for the follow, Miss Ulrika. Um, yeah, I am live. I am alive. I am live. Um, I think I think this is I think I just need to build some carriers, a bunch of them, and some heavy cruisers because the heavy cruisers can count as escorts. So, or capital voice. Oh, thank you. Capital ships. I was reading the chat when I was trying to talk. Great and nice ways. Cool what you do. Thank you so much. I normally don't stream games. I normally stream art, so this is I'm not great at this bit. Um, don't have the ability to build heavy cruisers. Wait, actually, do I? Okay, I can. Approved cruiser hull. Oh, I literally can't. That's fuck. Because heavy cruisers are considered capital ships, I think. I think. I don't know if they changed that in Kaiserreich, actually, because I know they're capital ships in standard. Have so much in military and civilian factories that building more would just create more problems, and I'm building infrastructure everywhere. Yeah, infrastructure is very important. If you have bad infrastructure and you have too many units, that's actually something cool in Kaiserreich is like you actively start losing your production capability if you have too many units. So it kind of like tempers you a bit, which is nice. Makes it a challenge. I genuinely don't know if these are considered capital ships or not. Armor cruisers, battleships, or even dreadnoughts. I don't know if these are considered capital ships. How do I... Hang on. Oh, shit. I almost dropped my phone. Kaiserreich are... Because I don't know how to check that in the game. Because I'm dumb. Were Yamato and Musashi good carrier escorts? No, they were too big. Well, I mean... they were too... They were like... As I recall, they were about the same speed as the Sodaks and the North Carolinas. So... I don't know. I will admit one thing here. I do not know a ton about the Japanese Navy outside of Yamato and Musashi because I don't know. I just didn't pay a whole lot of attention to it, even though that's like one of the major naval powers of World War II. I don't know. I've always been more interested in like every other country's navy, even Italy. Um, hello, uh, hey, hun. Uh, God, I'm sorry. There's like five things going on. I am getting all switched up here. Talking about Navy stuff. I'm not wanting to stretch. I'm not trying. Even Italy. Italy has some nice ships. Oh yeah. So what I do whenever I'm switching from light tanks to medium tanks, what I do whenever I'm switching from light tanks to medium tanks is I am very, very tempted to just cancel out of this particular game and switch to like something else, but I don't know. Um, I usually like slowly phase the medium tanks in. So I will like change one light to a medium every X amount of time. Older dreadnoughts and capable fast battleships. What, the Italians? Is that, are you talking about in, okay, I'm sorry. There's so much going on. Are you talking about in Hearts of Iron, Kaiserreich, or IRL? So I am slightly confused. I'm sorry. Templates are very confusing in Hoi. Actually, I need to. Did it crash? Oh God. Yeah, but the Italian ones where? Like in this game or IRL or I was looking up a thing and I forgot what I was looking up. God damn it. Naval units. Dreadnoughts are capital ships. Fast battleships are capital ships. Heavy carriers, carriers. Okay, so armored cruisers, cruisers and destroyers are all the screen ships in this. So armored cruisers and light cruisers are not considered. Interesting. Thank you so much for the bits, Hamish. I am so confused. How old is this? I don't even know how old this frickin' article is. So, armored cruisers are battle cruisers. Dreadnoughts. Okay, but what, are they capital ships? Cruisers are basically battle cruisers and are going to be considered capital ships. Okay. But our standard cruisers, our heavy cruisers, still considered. Okay, a cruiser is a capital ship if it has a medium battery. Okay. All right. So that should mean this is considered a capital ship. Yes. Because it has medium battery. Okay. God, that's okay. I wonder, would it be faster to... Hmm, I'm not good at this. I'm really not good at this. What is outdated? That's not outdated. I unoutdated that. What the hell? Fifth Anglo-Afghani War. After the Welt Creek, as the British Raj collapsed into turmoil and warfare, the neighboring kingdom of Afghanistan took advantage of this as an opportunity to seize Peshawar and Quetta, both border regions of the Dominion. However, the Afghani government's attempts to modernize over the last decades have been met with fierce resistance from the conservative elements within the country. King Amanullah Khan now hopes to use the turmoil in Delhi following the death of George V to his advantage by repeating the success of the Fourth Anglo-Afghan War. The king hopes to silence the conservative opposition and bring new lands to the crown. However, international experts do not put many hopes on the tiny mountain nation winning this conflict. And they don't. They never do. Black Monday. On the 3rd of February 1936, the Berlin Stock Exchange stopped sinking, it plunged. Fueled by the instability of the market panic, selling erupted as soon as the stock market opened on Monday morning. It took well into the night for the teleprinters to stop sputtering out the results of what became known as Black Monday. When the results had been analyzed, it was clear the situation had only gotten worse. The shock of this unprecedented economic catastrophe will, no doubt, be felt over the entire world. The German Golden Age has ended, for now at least. Still don't know what I'm supposed to be doing as Japan. Kawasaki. Okay, so there are a lot of historical photos that have been altered for this mod, which is cool to see that stuff. 5% research speeds, electron research, chemical, synthetic. I think we're just gonna go with that for now. Black Monday reaches the shores. Eventually, as expected, the domino effect of the economic failure in the German Empire has reached our empire. While we are not as affected as our neighbors in the region, due to our quite grand economic isolation from the German markets, we still were touched by it. The Zaibatsu and our banks will have a hard time for a few months. That was to be expected. What decisions can I make? Influences in the legation cities. Trigger instability in that. With the world in the throes of Black Monday, China, and by extension the Mandate, has been badly hit, with the Chinese within the cities suffering terribly. Tensions are reaching a boiling point, and by giving our operatives in the China agency the green light, we can gain a prerogative to gain a foothold in Tianjin. Sure. Mission from Norway. We recently received a trade delegation from the Kingdom of Norway. The country seeks new trading partners as it is not part of the German Reichspakt that dominates trade on the European mainland. They seek to trade, among other things, dried fish, and have offered us very favorable rates on Norwegian merchant shipping. Most of our trade experts are in favor of accepting, while a few oppose the use of foreign shipping and moving Japanese goods. We won't refuse a good deal. I get convoy and lose some political power. Politely decline and gain political power. Political power is cheap. Convoys are also cheap. The illusion of King Hegemony shatters. Or is that pronounced Ching? I don't remember how that's supposed to be pronounced. The facade of Chinese unity, having held together for nearly a decade, has begun to crumble. Rising unrest in the League of Eight Provinces, the economic shock of Black Monday, pretending German retrenchment, and the inability of the national government to deliver a decisive response to either has made one thing clear. Beijing's monopoly on power is broken. The situation on the continent has shifted decisively in the empire's favor. Qing. It's okay, it's Qing. League of Eight Provinces declared war on left Kuomintang. General election 1936. After the constitutional restoration of 1926 and subsequent political realignment, two parties came to dominate Japanese politics. The conservative Association of Friends to Constitutional Government, and the Liberal Democratic Party. The Friends has an absolute majority from the general election of 1932, but support in the countryside, their traditional voting base, has been declining as the political atmosphere turned against the ruling party. The oh my God, the Salta. I'm going to be honest, I am a bit far away from my screen and I can't see it very well. Known as the Kaiserreich Constitutional Government Association, before 1927, solidified its electoral base throughout the cities and began to expand into the countryside, hoping to break the Sayukai's absolute majority into the Daieto. A new third player in the general election of 1936 is the Socialist Masses Party, founded by Social Democrats and syndicalists in 1933. That sounds like good stuff. Shakai Tatsu. It is now time to see if the Sayukai have retained enough seats to keep an absolute majority. They have lost their absolute majority. Because fuck conservatism. I want the Social Democrats in here. They don't have much power, but I want them in there. Where's your thumb? Have you dropped your tab license? I dropped it on my index fingers, and they're fine. I haven't dropped it again. I've been more careful. So, Marshal Wu Peifu backs Anqing. I'm assuming that's how that's pronounced. I don't know. Following the death of Marshal's son, Chan Fang, earlier this year, and the subsequent collapse of Qing authority, I can always like give a try for these names. I'm just scared I'm pronouncing them way wrong. You expected Imperial Minister of the Army Wu Peifu, the real power behind the throne in Beijing, to take overt military action. Yet this morning he and Assembly President Cao Kun, Cao Kun, I don't know, announced their formal support of the provincial government of Anhui, led by Chen Taoyuan. Wu and Cao have long chafed under the German oversight. I can't see placed on their government in 1927, and their support of Governor Chen telegraphed to the world that they were casting off German influence. While a full deployment of the Qing army is unlikely to get. I kind of don't want to read these unless I'm interested in them because I know a lot of these by heart already, and I'm getting a little frustrated trying to read some of these damn things because they're so far away from my face, and if I get closer, it's not like I can see it more clearly. Are my glasses clean? My glasses are clean. Miserable. Miserable. And if I make the text bigger, then it breaks the interface. Yay, I completed a national focus. The results of this. We can't just focus on our army. Our navy needs reforming as well. Or after years of bickering, it's time to make a choice to the Imperial Army's headquarters. Choosing which army, content or focus tree. Okay, cool. Lose the glasses. What was it, 5 minutes? Because I don't remember because the damn thing doesn't actually say. Oh no, I pressed the wrong button. Shit. Um, is it 5 minutes I'm supposed to lose the glasses? 2 minutes? Okay, cool. Well, no chat for 2 minutes then, basically. Where is my timer? Do need to take my meds, though. A couple minutes away from my meds. So, now we just wait. I can vaguely see the stuff that's supposed to be the chat flying up. So I think people are commenting. I have no idea what's being said. Everything is a blur. I really need to remember to just like probably take this perk off because this just like slows the stream right down. Sort of right, well, she doesn't see. Well, she can't read. Let's come up with compliments for her. Duality of men. Appreciate your kind words and your great works to this community. I like how much knowledge that you have on World War II. I had enough of the singing perk. I'm not that mean. I mean, both of them are rough, so American kids don't give up. Thank you. Your voice is pretty. No, you. My voice is terrible. It's absolutely awful. Experience and air experience versus army and air experience. Maybe it's slower to build. Shanghai says yes. Mandate has agreed to give us a green light to other stuff. All right, I can start building stuff. Bolster police command, equip the garrison, reinforce the garrison. My voice is terrible. I'd fall asleep to the rest of it. It's terrible. No, my voice is terrible. My voice is terrible. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. A syndicalist leader got killed. I'm not reading these damn things. Takes too long. More war. Canada and Afghanistan have signed an agreement. Australasia has restored democracy. I can't read the damn things worth a damn, so I just don't want to keep trying to read the damn things. It's not really a speed run. I just normally don't read a lot of this stuff because I know what's going on. So having trouble pushing into Poland. Just gotta reach deep inside yourself and push a little harder. Definitely need fuel stuff. It's gonna take a little while. Okay, so start the third thing. More research bonus for carrier ops, capital ship ops. Add anti-air. Create a new carrier class. Create a new heavy hull class. Ooh. 2 battleships and 2 carriers begin their construction starting at 40%. Awesome. Restart doctrinal debates. How long have you done voice training? I started around a few months before I started HRT, which was in 2018, December of 2018, so a while. But like, I didn't do much at all during 2020, so most of it has just been since I started streaming in early March. Hit and run. So if I go this way, I get production cost bonuses of 10% on everything, including refit and repair. And then I get extra dockyards, and I get cheaper naval aircraft, convoys. Okay, so that way gives me more of that. This way gives me effectively four ships, sort of. Um, Makes my ships better but more expensive, which is not great. Longlands torpedoes, cruiser mastery, battleship models and carrier models. Reduce ahead of time penalty by 2 years and give a research bonus. And that improves. So it's basically, do I want better ships that take longer to build or faster ships that don't actually get a downside, but don't get any kind of boost to capability? My impulse, where is Germany? Germany is in Europe, like Central Europe. It's just south of Denmark, just east of the Netherlands and Belgium, just north of Austria, Italy, Switzerland, northeast of France, west of Poland. That's where Germany is. Can I do these yet? No. Heat's been pretty rough here, but I am very heat intolerant, so checking the home islands, naval base construction, uh, amphibious operations, naval bombers and unsinkable carriers, which gives tactical bombers extra stuff and air bases extra. So I'm not feeling that. I don't know which one I want. So, okay, it's Japan. So my industrial capacity is going to be relatively poor unless I can crush some shit. Um, so either I go with cheaper but not better versus better but actually more expensive. How long have you been playing these kind of games? I've only ever really played this, and I've been playing it for a couple years. I have like 700 hours in it, I think. I live in Germany, so I know that. I mean, if this is Kaiserreich, where's Germany in this game? Oh, okay. Well, I'm still at the beginning, so there you go. In this mod, Germany won World War One, so the Kaiser is still in power, and um, a lot of the rest of Europe has fallen to syndicalism, which is a form of socialism. So, um, then you have all of your other European stuff. I'm trying to get it where you can see the names of everything. Um, so I often heat intolerant, so I live in the tropics. I'm clearly genius. Yeah, big brain time. Your countries in North America, Asian, Africa, rough spots, especially Africa. Asia doesn't have a ton of unique countries until you get like down towards the southeast, and then there's like several smaller countries, but most of Asia is relatively larger, close together countries, relatively speaking, I say. Africa, I get it. A lot of the African nations are like shaped very similarly. Um, I still need to decide what I'm doing with this. I do army stuff, I guess. Germany still has a lot of African colonies in this. It has some Southeast Asia stuff, some Pacific stuff. Germany's kind of all over the place. Yeah, it has control of, oh no, they changed it. They had it where it had control of the Suez Canal. Chad is shaped like Chad. All the nations like Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, all those are hard to remember. Eh. For the most part, it's not that bad. Just like the Central Asia. I mean, this is a lot more difficult in this game because look at all this mess. All the wars in China. There's supposed to be music playing. I don't know why it's not playing. I turned it on. Friction within the Japanese left. Shock of the assassination of the one person. United them against the White Terror, but the unity did not last long. The party originally structured as a coalition of various social democrats, syndicalists, organizations. Throughout the spring of 1936, national syndicalists, oh no, called the Japan Labour Clique adopted totalism and vigorously expanded its membership not only inside the party at the expense of the moderate social democratic clique, but also from outside the party, notably from the whatever controlled blah, blah, Japanese, no, it's not Japanese, Japan General Federation of Labor. Oh my God, I can't talk. Soon an open fight between the two groups broke out. They accused that I am so lost. Okay, some stuff has happened. Moving on. No, I have only played this. I have not played other Paradox games. I've only played this. Ship designer. So capital ship production costs down, or capital ship improvements, or other capital ships improvements. Star Wars Empire War. I have played Empire at War, but I didn't enjoy it that much. Gives me cheaper carriers and battleships, destroyers, and cruisers. Or destroyers, dreadnoughts. God, I can't even talk. Okay, this gives me better range and oh, it's not Paradox? I don't know what it is. It's a game. Naval Arsenal. Better range and capability. Carry Naval Arsenal. I stretched. I stretched. That gives me just more capabilities and better speed. I think I need the production boosts more. Hoi is very complicated. It really is. So. Oh, I never assigned these to a field marshal. Shit. Still don't know what samurai lineage is. I didn't want to do that game. I didn't want that. That was not what I wanted. Samurai lineage means nothing, apparently. Okay. Cool. Organization first. Recovery or reinforcement. Oh, congrats, hon. I'm glad it went well. I'm really glad it went well. Hoi is harder because you can recover from mistakes easier than a Hoi 4. Maybe. I have only played this one, so. May 15th in the Senate. The Prime Minister has been assassinated. Radical offers from whatever that is broken his official residence and shot. Claimed they did so to avenge the death of other and murder of workers in there. The incident has greatly shocked the nation, and the Admiralty Board has begun a court martial for investigation into radical activities in the Navy. I have never played Stellaris. I have not. Remove all head of government ideas from Empire of Japan. Gain social conservatives. Gross. Space capitalism. It looks like I will be going to the only place untouched by capitalism. Space. Fully automated luxury gay space communism. God damn it, now I want to do Commie America. I'm really not enjoying the Japan run. Okay, you know what? Here, I'm gonna save. And then I'm just gonna switch to America and do communism because I actually know how to play that, and I'm having a hard time like focusing on two things. I'm just gonna switch back to doing something I'm more familiar with. So I'm frustrated with the Japanese stuff because I don't know what's going on because I haven't paid enough attention. Okay, here the music's running. Why is it not running in the game? I have the audio turned on. I don't know. Solaris is hard on potato PCs. I know this one's hard on potato PCs because I play it at high speed and I used to really have a problem with it um, really struggling. So that's good. Like, yeah, Cyberpunk. I have a good desktop and I couldn't handle Cyberpunk. All right, have fun. Be safe. Thanks for coming by. National focus set. Reintroduce the Gardner-Wagner bill. While originally vetoed in 1932, the economic situation in America has deteriorated to the point where unemployment relief efforts are seen as the only way to prevent widespread collapse. President Hoover has indicated to the Democrats in Congress that this time he will not veto the relief bill. Cyberpunk couldn't handle Cyberpunk. Very true, very true. So the key to doing this, because I metagame the hell out of this, is just making stuff. Just making stuff. Should be a lesson why you should never give into overhyped games. Yes, very true. Hi Celeste, how are you? U.S. in 1936. In 1936, the USA was gripped by unrelenting crisis. Although able to avoid the horrors of the Weltkrieg, which allowed its prosperity to continue well into the 1920s, German victory in the Weltkrieg, followed by the French and British revolutions, led to the Wall Street crash of 1925. I got on the wrong line. This sent the United States spiraling into the Great Depression and and allowed the Berlin stock market to take its place at the forefront of the world economy. I'm good. My boobs hurt. Awesome. That, that is a good thing. I'm not familiar with Leviathan, unless you mean Chug Jug. The election of Herbert Hoover in 1928, while initially promising, failed entirely to reverse the decline of the American economy. And by 1936, the country had spent over a decade in the midst of the worst financial crisis it had ever seen. This fueled the rise of radical parties in America, from the far left Socialist Party to the far right America First Party. Hoover's contentious re-election by means of the House of Representatives in 1932 and the ongoing Great Depression means that these problems are unlikely to be resolved anytime soon. Many throughout the country fear the upheaval that would result should one of these extreme parties come to power, or should the depression continue unabated. Ah, EU4 DLC. Liz and Celeste in pain together. With assurances made by President Hoover that, unlike in 1932, this time he will not veto the bill, Democratic Senator Robert Wagner and Speaker of the House John Nance Garner have reintroduced their unemployment relief legislation package. While many in Congress feel that the package does not go nearly far enough, while others wonder how America, in the midst of a massive economic crisis, will possibly ever pay for it. The presence of senators from the AFP and SPA also complicates things immensely. Even with Hoover's pledge, it's unknown if Garner Wagner has a real chance of passing. We shall see. Assassination of President Kerensky. Read that one last time. Voting rights. Yeah, I can vote. Kornilov stores Moscow, taking advantage of the chaos. Kornilov and his officers, with the help of combat squads from Savinkov's NRPR, took the streets of Moscow to fight off leftist organizations and trade unionists. After hours of bloody street fighting, Kornilov took full control of Moscow and was sworn as Supreme Commander-in-Chief and President of Russia. R.I.P. Let's get me to the Civil War. Longer read demand changes. As expected, early challenges have come from the AFP and SPA. You know what? I'm not going to read a lot of these until I get to the fucking thing. Try having growing boobs with a baby that doesn't make you react. It's lots of punches and punch from missing. Aww. That much manpower? I mean, it's all just manpower. It's not actually like that used right at the moment. Senator's break wank. I want to do the Socialist Party stuff, so. Wait, who won in France? Syndicalists and Commune, Autocrats and Republic. No coalitions. No coalitions. I want to cripple the federal government as much as possible going into this. Crime spree suits the nation. Austrian Empire withdraws from Italy. Poland declares a republic. Poland is now a socially conservative republic. Austria is a socially conservative monarchy. Garner Wagner bill fails. After an incredibly close vote, the bill failed to pass. Alright. Cool. He's still doing it in Afghanistan. Reduced Garner Wagner bill. Deal with the Great Depression. Oh cool, if I don't do that, then nothing happens. Sweet. I'm just gonna like not do a whole lot, I think, just to like try to really screw up the federal government here. Metagame the fuck out of this. Try to invade Canada this run, though. I mean, I'm gonna be in a war with Canada at some point because I'm going syndicalist, so I will be in a war with Canada. It's inevitable. I just can't really start one before the Civil War is over because I'm not gonna have enough power. funny thing is, depending on how Canada goes in this playthrough, they're either going to be a giant pain in the ass for me or they're not going to do anything. Stanley Cup. It'll be Canada that wins the Stanley Cup. I'm just saying, like, in Kaiserreich, Canada is all or nothing, because the British monarchy is in charge because Britain has fallen to communism. So the British monarchy is in Canada, and metagame stuff, the Canadians tend to not be okay with conscription, and Canada simply doesn't have enough people to uphold a military and navy if they don't do conscription. So Quebec tends to just lose its collective shit in Kaiserreich whenever conscription is declared. And yeah. Yeah, Panama. That's our president. Well, this is technically not Hoy. This is technically Kaiserreich, which changed. It changes so much that really the only true similarity is to the vanilla game is that it runs on the same engine. So farmer labor flocks to the Socialist Party. Fuck yeah, it does. No, Germany won in this time. It counted the U.S. was in the war. U.S. wasn't in the war. The United States never entered the war. So in Kaiserreich, as I recall, one of the big things that caused America to enter World War I was Germany's unrestricted submarine warfare, and the what was it? The Zimmerman telegram? Is that what it was? Where Germany tried to convince Mexico to invade America. So yeah, yep, same thing. So America never entered World War One. In this timeline, America really hasn't done anything since the very early 1900s. It's just kind of sat there brooding and falling apart. FDR, Franklin Roosevelt, was never born, or excuse me, he was born. He died of polio when he was very young, so he would never existed in order to help drag America out of the Great Depression. Herbert Hoover got reelected by Congress and proceeded to fuck everything up even further. But yeah, America never went to war in World War I, and because America never went to war, Germany was able to pull off a victory. Because like everything else, like the Russian Civil War still happened. It's just that the Soviets lost, and Lenin was executed, as I recall. So Russia turned into a democracy, a liberal democracy instead. And the two things that kick off Kaiserreich when you start playing in 1936 are Black Monday, which is the collapse of the German stock exchange, and the assassination of the Russian president. The thing that boggles my mind was at the time Mexico finished the Nazi Civil War. Telegram went, yeah, and Mexico, yeah. I mean, Germany was desperate. They were not in a good spot, but yeah, basically in this timeline, in the Kaiserreich timeline, America said stop unrestricted submarine warfare, and the Kaiser was like, okay, yes. What would have happened if Germany didn't attack Belgium? I'm trying to remember what the complex World War I stuff was. So it was Austria declared war on Serbia. blaming Serbia for the death of Franz Ferdinand. France guaranteed Serbia. Russia guaranteed France. Germany guaranteed Austria. So these two got in a fight. Germany figured that if they went through Belgium, they could get to Paris more quickly because the French-Belgian border wasn't guarded as heavily, which they tried to do and then failed, which the Nazis then did like 20-something years later successfully. But the UK guaranteed Belgium from, like, I think it was like Belgium's founding. So the UK then entered the war, and that gave enough to actually, like, hold off. The UK and France were not really allied necessarily, but they became allies because they were both on the same side, because France wanted Belgium to survive and the UK had guaranteed Belgium. So that's what kind of like created their partnership later on. Because a lot of the history of both those countries is, and then Britain and France got in a war. England and France got in a war. So and then Italy, as I recall, waited to join World War I until it was clear which side was going to win, and then they joined the side that was going to win. But in World War I, at least in the European theater, from what I understand, like, because Russia bowed out early around the same time America popped in, give or take like a year, Germany was basically like taking most of the war, most of the conflict, like it was shouldering most of it by itself, because Austria-Hungary was not very militarily effective, as I recall. Like they just kind of struggled along. So the Allies declaring war on the USSR when USSR and Germany took Poland. France was concerned. Britain had taken they had taken the stance of appeasement, so that they were basically going to let Hitler do whatever he wanted. And as long as the Soviet Union didn't push harder, they weren't going to mess with it, because they also knew that without the backing of America, like, genuinely wanted to stay out of World War II. Like, America did everything possible to stay out of World War II up to the bombing of Pearl Harbor. They knew that without the backing of America, that it would be extremely difficult to deal with the USSR. So they figured they would just let Hitler have the stuff that he wanted, as long as it didn't cause another, like, big war, because they were both still kind of reeling from World War I. I mean, everybody had something happen after World War I. So that probably wouldn't have happened, because Britain wasn't going to get involved unless they felt more threatened. And France was like, okay, well, like, shit is happening. We need to do something, maybe. And, you know, they were trying to build up defenses and stuff, but they could only do so much. And then Britain actually did get involved, but the USSR, like, yeah. FDR was a big reason that, like, Churchill and Stalin actually managed to get along for 5 seconds so they could actually cooperate. Because they did not get along. FDR was actually capable of making them cooperate. Consider watching the Weather Channel? Oof. Oof. At least I'm slightly more entertaining than the Weather Channel. Death of Big Bill Haywood. Southern Democrats align with the new Nazis. What a surprise. Well, the channel's a lot more entertaining. Oof. Oof. I have been oofed. I have been oofed hard. The 20-minute loop of the Weather Channel that they play throughout the day. Oh, I don't know how I'm going to recover from that one. That, oof. Been oofed hard. Oofed the fuck out of me. Oofed me up big time. I'm actually gonna struggle a lot in this this play because longer direct loop, they talk stuff loops. There's a big disaster going. Ah. All I know is that my previous job, they had the Weather Channel on loop most of the time, and if it wasn't the Weather Channel, it was Fox News. And either way, I was just like, I just want to get my work done so I can like go do deliveries faster. Because oh my god, I hate this. It's 20-minute loop over and over and over again. Or like 1970s and 80s rock. Exclusively that, because it was two dudes that grew up in the 70s and very early 80s, and all they wanted to do was listen to the music of their childhoods, and anything else was garbage. And I remember once they had like a variety station on, and the Taylor Swift and the Haters Gonna Hate song came on, and my boss turned it off. He was like, if I have to listen to and the Haters Gonna Shake one more time, I'm gonna kill myself. And I was like, oh, okay. So then we got to listen to like Kiss and stuff over and over. And I'm not talking about like even the decent stuff from the 70s. I mean, it was just the garbage. It's just one of those stations that was just a bunch of old guys just whatever. Anyway. They did coverage of just the hurricane before the hurricane did make landfall to talk about wildfires out in the west. More Fox News. Boo. No. Boo. Boo. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. The right wing isn't cool with me existing. I'm not down with that. I'm not down with that in the slightest. I'm just sick and tired of every time I try to watch the news, I am told that my existence is a political debate, and I'm sick of it. So. I'm I it's not that people have problems accepting new things. It's that they just don't want they don't it's not accepting. It's just they want me dead. They want me to not have they want me to be alivened. And I am sick and tired of people calling me a subhuman abomination and all of that shit. I am just I am so fucking sick of my existence being debated constantly and people insisting that I shouldn't exist and then going, well, it's just my opinion. It's like, no, 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 no. Your opinion is I don't like broccoli. Your opinion is I prefer a V8 over a V6. I don't want to fucking debate me being alive. That's not an opinion. That's not a fucking opinion. Plain and simple, if somebody votes for a candidate that has done something actively to harm me, no, just fuck off. Because there is a point where human rights should be overriding economic opinions. I mean, human rights shouldn't be a fucking debate. So, I've had to have this argument too many goddamn times. I'd pay for no commercials. Fun fact, cable TV was originally supposed to be TV that you paid for, and in turn you got more options and fewer commercials, so... Actually, no commercials, excuse me. It was no commercials. And then they realized that they could make people pay for it and serve up commercials. Just like, oh, I don't know, what streaming services are doing now, because that was kind of the whole point. So, Republicans think the presidential election is stolen, they believe everything trumps it. I mean, yeah, because ultimately the Democratic Party is actually quite fucking right-wing in the grand scheme of things. In a broad sense, even though people have been trying to push it further left more recently because everybody's sick and tired of the proof that trickle-down economics doesn't fucking work. And the Democratic Party is actually like a moderately right-wing party, whereas the Republican Party is just full right, so... No, Marnie, you don't understand. It's not that they acknowledge he can't run in 2024, it's that law means nothing. It means absolutely nothing to them, like what it is. Trump just needs to be president forever, and that's it. That's it. You just put Trump in forever, and that's the end of things. King Trump. They want King Don. King Don the First. And then whenever he passes away, King Don Jr. That's what they want. They'd love to just... No, I'm getting too heated. I need to calm myself down. I need to calm myself down. I'm gonna start saying really shitty shit. I need to calm my ass down. At least it won't pass down to Eric. Like Don Jr.'s any fucking better. I can't really do a whole lot until I, forecast what season go by my no reality come close about trust right. I mean, facts mean nothing. They want a dictator while masking their racism and xenophobia as fear of communist authoritarianism. I mean, I've said it before, I am not a communist. I am a leftist, but I am like the right side of the leftist because I am a social democrat. Which is what Bernie Sanders is effectively, even though he calls himself a democratic socialist. But Bernie has said that he's okay with like corporations and stuff, so he's not a socialist. He's a social democrat. But like I don't know. I just You go further right than social democracy and you allow corporations to be in control of goddamn everything. You go further left than social democracy and you're removing one of the driving factors for a lot of people to improve. So, was the border to China? Is Trump's go? I mean, closing the borders entirely for the COVID response would have been something, not China specifically, because that's not, that's pointless. Like, closing it to one country specifically, like other countries have people, it's gonna spread anyway. He had a fucking garbage reaction to COVID across the fucking board. Trump was anti-vax for a long time and fucking anti-mat. Like, Trump was just fucking anti-anything sensible. Everything good, everything, like, with scientific fact behind it is a conspiracy by the government to put microchips in your veins so Bill Gates can... Good morning, Emmy. He is Fox, his Fox News Network is also anti-vax. Yeah. Well, didn't you know vaccines put microchips into your Bill Gates butt? Inject bleach to open people's eyes. You do not, just like with any religion or cult, you do not see red flags or anything because everything is rose-colored glasses with your cult leader. Scrap the pandemic reviews for, and I was like, oh shit. I completely forgot about that for the last few months. But Bleach, hun, do you realize how fucking stupid some of these people are? The vaccine is untested and dangerous. The vaccine is untested to a certain extent. Like, it's not tested as thoroughly as a lot of them are usually. No, it's not. Dangerous? Potentially it could be. We don't know. We don't have enough information. All we do know is that it fucking is better than COVID's. Hate how much my parents wrote off constantly questioning people's genuineness for everything. Eh. I don't like Twitter banning. I'm glad they did. Kind of didn't like a Twitter controversy at 5 minutes. Excuse me. I mean, it's a private company. It's allowed to do that, you know? I mean, if it is the same argument as the gay wedding cake argument with the baker. It's the same thing. If one can, the other can. If one can't, the other can't. You can't really change it one way or the other. Like, do I think that it should be... I'm gonna get screamed at for this, but do I think that it should be legal for Twitter to ban people because they fucking don't agree? Yeah, because it's a goddamn private company. Like, if you're gonna have a private company, you lean into it and let them do whatever the fuck they want. It's just that if it's a private company in a country that works, it's an economy that works as it's supposed to be, if it's capitalistic, then doing that would destroy your company. That as America is a fucking very conservative nation that has a real big issue with LGBT folks and says anybody to the left of Ronald Reagan is a communist. It doesn't work that way. I didn't look into what he said that caused him to be banned finally. He should have been warned when he straight up threatened to nuke me. I mean, Twitter didn't do it for a very long time because they were concerned about what was going to happen. They didn't actually know what the repercussions of it were. So, history of M13's what? M13 what? Like a tank? Is that a tank? I don't know what the M13 is off the top of my head. Oh, hey, a bot. What? Sorry, I'm doing a thing. Sorry. I know the thing's spinning. I can't help it. I'm off the screen and it's just doing this. Just enjoy the panorama of Russia and Canada going by way too quickly on the screen. Okay. Weird language. No, 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 no. There's no obscure political movement in Hungary. Hungary rework hasn't happened yet. And there we go. Play as the commies. Something else in the FP lines. Yeah, it's not Frostpunk. It's a completely different game, they said. And China makes players should the US parent got to intervene in the use. Help the US. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised that people thought that. My grandpa was insistent that China was going to. My mother was insistent because she saw some religious nut pastor who was claiming that he had had dreams about everything that was going to be happening through to the end of 2020 and how China and Russia were going to be invading America. And I was just like, okay, let me carefully pick apart why that's not going to happen. It's just dumb as shit. Dumb as shit. Same universe, supposed to PC. It might be. China would likely invade Taiwan. That's China. So China is really not terribly interested outside of its sphere in anything outside of its sphere of influence, which is basically just this region, and that's about it. Beyond that point, China doesn't care that much because it's not really its problem. Russia is not a danger to America in a straight up like war scenario or invasion scenario. So I see China's aggressor in the embargo China, maybe invade China. I mean, China has like the second biggest military in the world after America, but you add NATO in with that, and because NATO does whatever America says, then China would be struggling a lot. Russia is scary because they own nukes. Yeah, but the American anti-missile defense system is actually extremely effective, and Russia would be very... Russia's stuff is also ancient. You have to remember that. Russia's stuff is absolutely fucking ancient. Russia is uninvadable. Yeah, Russia and America both are considered to be uninvadable by conventional means. Russia, because of the massive amount of it in the current day and age, like the amount of resources required. America, because of the mountain ranges. Like America, it's thought that like they could potentially take half of it before a military intervention could be like handled. But yeah. Also, the Mongols, like that was when the world was not set up the way it is now. So Russia already had a Cold War. We know go to fight each other will not work for either country to stay civil. I mean, Russia and America are more happy to just like throw insults at each other than anything else right now. So it's not an issue. Like my grandpa was so one of my grandpa's things. He was so terrified whenever Trump lost or the prospect of Trump losing. He was like, "Well, if Trump loses, then we're not going to have Russian support anymore." I was like, "You really think we have fucking Russian support? No." Russian government has no interest in conflict with the United States. Main interest is flaunting military strength over CS. Nice opportunity. Yeah. At most, Russia's gonna like try to do what the CIA has been doing for the last 80 years, which is fuck around with other countries because it's funny. Russia has interest in conquering some, but it's like Russia's interest in nations is generally nowadays based around pipeline stuff. Pipeline stuff that Russia wants to control, which is part of the thing for the Ukraine thing. Has Trump equal Russian support? I mean, my grandpa thought that puppet meant stability and Russia wouldn't attack us, even though, you know, we have the biggest goddamn military ever to exist. Ukraine won't happen because of you. The Ukraine thing might not happen because of NATO. It just depends on if America will actually step in, because Russia probably actually can hold off the rest of Europe. It's just not going to be able to hold it off if America steps in. Russia is doing that. They don't care about hackers as long as they don't target other Russians. Yeah. Destabilization. Do what the CIA has been doing. That's what it comes down to. Okay, so here is my argument that there's not actually, that we don't actually have proof of aliens. Like, we don't have like a UFO stored in Area 51, and this is my reasoning. Trump didn't tweet about it. If we had a fucking UFO, like, I think Nessie is referring to what I'm doing, Sherman's March, since this is the Second American Civil War. I believe that is what Nessie is referring to. I mean, I'm gonna do my best, but I am not good at playing the CSA in this, so. I mean, I don't know. In that case, like, who is in charge? Because by that argument, everybody eventually becomes civilians. Like, that's why a lot of the conspiracy theories, like, are like, nah. It's like, these are still ordinary people. They're like, it's not the lizard people. I don't think that, I don't think it's a Men in Black scenario. Russia invaded Crimea to encourage the demonstrating arms. Is very effective, making Ukraine fight a long internal conflict, destabilize Ukraine and their ability to counteract Russian goals. in Southern Europe and the Caucasus. I honestly haven't been paying attention to stuff that's been going on over there in the past few years. I will take your word for it. I mean, I think what it's going to come down to pretty obviously is that you have billionaires and corporations that actually control the government, and then they try to convince people that it's secretly a government organization because then people will fight against communism and the left more because they're scared of the secret government organization that's actually just billionaires. I feel like it's pretty clearly that. It's just sowing discontent. The banker has 49 cookies and you have one cookie, and the banker points at someone else and said that person's going to steal your cookie. It's that kind of shit. Flat Earth theories. I think you mean flat Earth facts. The weird thing with the flat Earth one is like, okay, Earth's flat. What is the point? Like, what difference does it make if the Earth's flat? Oh, well, see, it's the government. Oh, okay. It's just more anti-government stuff. People that would legitimately rather corporations be in charge of everything than elected leaders. The Earth is not a giant dinosaur. The world is clearly on the back of a giant turtle floating through space, held up by four elephants. Anti-government incorporation means you're an anarchist, hon. Has a large Russian ethnic population. Crimea does as well. Since 2014, Russians providing separate equipment and actually energy. I cannot keep up. I'm sorry, hon. Hope everybody else can. I can't keep up with it. Earth is donut shaped. If you look up and see the other side, come on now. That's true. We do live on a halo. I actually don't know a lot of Discworld references. I haven't even read a lot of it, so. Special forces, mechanized, motorized organization. Anarchists and anarchists believe to be a government system. Rules of anarchy become a government. So you, okay, then what do you, if you don't believe in a corporatist government, you don't believe in, and any, you said you don't believe in government. So like you basically have three options, unless I'm really dumb and missing one, but like you have no government, government that's democratically or monarchist elected, and a corporation government, control over government power and corporations. Okay. So you would be for like individuals or very small groups of people not actually owning corporations, but corporations being owned by all of their employees and government power being treated in much the same, that it is actually people who are held accountable for their voting and stuff, like or how or for when they're elected and things. Like that's what you're saying, like publicly owned corporations and more accurately publicly controlled government. Hun, you're describing that though. Like you said, not anarchist, but you're against corporatist stuff and everything. Like that's what you're kind of describing. You're describing socialist stuff. Like I think that you're ascribing certain meanings to socialist and communist that are scary, but communist does not inherently mean authoritarian as much as people want people in America want it to be. Like you want things to be more publicly controlled. That's more like libertarian, socially, hypothetically. That's like anti-authoritarian stuff. And then like not giving that power to corporations pushes you further left. But like that's not, yeah. I mean, the only true communism is anarchism. Everything else is socialism. But like, no, true communism can't work, not on a global scale. It can only work in relatively small areas. But you're like, if if you don't have a central government of some sort, then you don't. Then like that's anarchy. Like that's what that is. If you don't have some form of central government, you want a central government that's accountable. That's what a democratic government is supposed to be. Like a democratic government is meant to be that. Like that's literally what democratic socialism is. Like democratic socialism is that publicly owned corporations and are like worker owned and government that's actually like democratically elected and responsible and held responsible. Like that's the area around social democracy and democratic socialism. I'm okay. I'm fine. I had a drink. I took a drink. Music stopped playing again. God damn it. Want the music to keep playing and it won't keep playing and I don't know why. I'm gonna find Headspace. I'm gonna find Headspace, hun. To be fair, I don't usually play this game through as Cindy America. I usually play it so that it is a reenactment of the first American Civil War as a social democrat federal government fighting against a far right Southern. So that's what I usually do, and I usually have fun with that. But this one is a challenge because the other options are easier than this for me. I always struggle as as syndicalist America. They're going to talk about kind of the U.S. education system. I mean, if the only education you've gotten about it is from the U.S. education system, then yeah, you're going to think communism is like this like horrible thing that can never happen. And as for streams, no, you need to like do a little bit more research on your own, honestly. Don't take people's word for this stuff, honestly. You need to like see some of this stuff on your own and read some of this stuff on your own, read theory and stuff. Um, like pure capitalism, pure communism are things that pure capitalism doesn't work because there's no government interference, which means companies are just going to eventually form into one giant mega monopoly, and that's it. That's the end of it. That's capitalism's final form. Pure communism doesn't work because it leaves a vacuum of power, and eventually somebody will take that power. I'm not an anarchist. It's like I realize that anarchy doesn't really work because of the same reasons true communism doesn't work. Like, and anybody that's like an anarcho-capitalist is just dumb as fuck because that's not how it works. If you're an anarcho-capitalist, you're literally just saying, okay, the CEO is my government. Like, that anarcho-capitalism doesn't work because anarcho-capitalism is either anarcho-communism or it's not anarchist at all. As for the West Coast thing, that is the Pacific States. That is another one of the uh, belligerents in the Second American Civil War. It's just basically the West Coast formed into a government that takes over, like from the Rockies west, and tends to be more just like the liberal factor. So you have the liberal factor, you have the American Union state, which can go authoritarian democracy, which is weird, versus national populist, which is fascist. Um, you have the federal, which is paternal autocrats, which is the closest thing to a monarchy. Um, and then the CSA, which is commie, like it's socialist. Pacific States is liberal. The Pacific States is basically what America is supposed to be in this point. At this point, it's left-leaning liberal, but not quite as far as social democrats. Um, it's a democracy with a president and a Congress and everything. And it can kind of go. It doesn't have much range in terms of like political spread, but West Coast and Nevada, they just want money in California. Oh no, yeah, they do. Yeah, no. See, all this blue area here, like all of that is just gonna, that's all gonna be taken over, um, because there's just not enough stuff for the Pacific states. But the federal, which MacArthur took over, and a military junta, um, like it is designed to be really struggling, but you get like all of the bonuses possible. You just get no space and no real industry. It's kind of noped out. I mean, they're still involved in the war. Um, so here's the fun bit. The way I have this set up, because this was the way that I like crippled the federal government as much as possible, giving the socialists as much power as possible. Federal government's right wing. American Union state is right wing, but could go more left or like more authoritarian left, or could just go hard right. Pacific states generally finds around like the centralist areas. You have like liberals, conservatives, maybe the social democrats, but it's rare for the AI to actually get there with it. Um, but eventually, if the federal government falls and it's just these three fighting, um, the Pacific states and the American Union state will join forces to crush communism. Very anti-communistic sentiment between them. Um, because the Pacific states believe that it's a danger for similar reasons as the American Union state. It's just the American Union state is there is a worst case scenario for America in the Kaiserreich timeline, which is effectively, well, I mean, it's worst case scenario if you're not a monster, but if you're a monster, it's the best case scenario. Basically, you have the American Union state win, so you get the far right win. You push them fully into national populists, and you elect as president a guy that was historically like a major member of the KKK and tried to found the American Nazis and a bunch of stuff, and is like, it's basically just the Holocaust in America. It is what that is the worst time, that is the worst outcome for this timeline of America, which some people have like pushed to see that happen. Um, but yeah, so oh right, and New England's also a thing. Canada took New England, so I don't have New England. That actually frees up some of my forces. It's a good thing. And now we have a multi-way war. I have the support of the syndicalist nations, which have really good manufacturing and stuff, but I am in danger of Canada coming south to fuck my shit. And New England, whenever it becomes its own little independent nation, potentially fucking my shit as well. So, eh. All right. So I communicate before Canada comes to you. I mean, I am so bad at this game that I'm not really going to get to a point where I'll be able to do that very easily, but I am going to do my best. Do my best, do my best, do it every day. Did you win? Did you win? Need a break from stream? Okay. Take a break, hon. It's okay. We'll be back. We'll be here when you get back. Excuse me. Alrighty. Recruit some more. Can't. I feel better. Take care of yourself. They have really nerfed shit. Oh my god. Go satiate your hunger. Laxy. Laxative. Thanks for coming. You be safe too. Tuna, mayo, mustard, sliced cucumbers, plenty of seasoning, garlic, onion, salt, and pepper. That is one of the most disgusting food things I have heard of in a while. That sounds gross. I hate it. Tuna is disgusting. Most of the stuff on that list is disgusting. Wow, you know what else is amazing and cheap? Pouring river water in your socks. Why do you want to do it though? I am insane. That is true. I am insane. It's just 6 infantry. Red Guard is 5 infantry. Continental infantry is 9 infantry and some stuff. And motorized division 1. We'll do that. Why do you not understand PB&J? The hell has a heavy tank? That's supposed to be the Continental Light Armor. What the hell? Pouring river water in your socks. I don't remember the joke of it, but... Don't have sufficient resources to do the things. I only want to encourage you. Canada has declared war on Panama. I lost the battle. It's not that bad. I don't even know if that's really considered a loss, because I lost 3 destroyers and a submarine. They lost 4 destroyers. I feel like it's more of a tie. Have haggis. Isn't haggis just like the guts of the sheep that aren't suitable for anything else thrown into the bladder of the sheep or some shit? British is Scottish and English. It's basically, it comes down to you have England, you have Britain, and you have the UK. Except in this, Ireland is whole and independent. That is the idea. I can't do it. I was trying to do the Minecraft nom nom nom. That sounded terrible. It sounded bad in my head. even. Terrible, terrible sound that I just made. So sorry. KFC. Oh my God. I was considering playing the KFC dating sim, the visual novel thing. I was considering doing that on stream. Hope it's good. Enjoy foods. Nessie, you're making it worse. That's disgusting. That's so gross. There are people who, in any of these factions, would have won the entire Civil War by now. I've seen it. I don't understand how they do it. I just don't. It just seems so difficult. Canada supports the Pacific government, as they always do. Frostpunk is possible to complete the main campaign without a single death. I can't even complete the main campaign on fucking easy. Like, not without a single death. I can't complete it at all. I'm really fucking bad at it. That seems very impressive to me. But hey, there are people who are really good at shit, so. It's difficult, but deathless run. There's lawless runs in this, like, what the fuck? People are just really good. Some people are just really good at games. And that's the end of that one. I love how the Thomas, I love how the Thompson auto rifle is the rifle um, that the CSA gets. That is like the worst of the rifles from the program that spawned the Garand or the Garand. Um, the Johnson rifle is what the federal government uses. That's what they get, and that's a solid one. The South uses the Garand, and the CSA gets the frickin' Thompson, which was a gun that functioned on a principle that doesn't have a basis in physics. Like, it doesn't work at all. And it's amazing how, like, fucking weird their shit is. It was a terrible firearm. The fact that it managed to get into the fucking trials at all was amazing. But it did. It did. Just happened to get in there. It's not a new gun merchant, that one. Now it even says that it was considered to be awful in the little descriptor for it. Like, it's just shit. It was shit in every universe. But for some ungodly reason, the damn thing actually managed to be used in this one. So dumb. So dumb. Like, it's... Hang on. I'll pull it up. Hang on. AO2 rifle. The AO2 originated as the Thompson auto rifle and used the so-called Blishlock, an abject failure in the U.S. Army's 1929 self-loading rifle trials. The design was taken up again after the outbreak of the Civil War. Due to the CSA's need to develop the rifle as quickly as possible, interchangeability of parts and ease of construction were important to the design process. Though some claim the AO2 is a less effective rifle than the Johnson adopted by the Federal Forces, it could be mass-produced with ease. It is an abject failure. It was so bad because I don't remember what the Blishlock was, but as I recall, it was basically like the guy that designed it thought that two metal surfaces that rubbed against each other at a certain angle would make it load and would lubricate itself or some shit. Like, it was a very weird fucking thought process. Like, it's a very weird design that didn't work at all because that's not how things worked. And as I recall, like, the only reason it worked in the slightest, which, as in the slightest, I mean, like, it was very slightly worked, was because the structural design of the rifle meant that, like, all of the parts were pressed together at such a point that it actually couldn't fall apart. So the principle that it ran on was not real in the slightest, but it was built well enough that it didn't literally fall apart the moment you tried to shoot it. Which is the only reason it even got into the fucking trials. Like, you can look it up as the Thompson auto ordnance, or the auto loader, Thompson auto loader. Like the M1941 Johnson, which was the gun that Johnson thought was going to be able to supplant the Garand, or Garand. I prefer saying Garand, but it's correct to say Garand. Johnson thought that that was going to, like, supplant it because he thought it wasn't good enough and that the government would end up with his rifle instead. Like, that's in this game. That's a good one. I don't know. It's just very strange that the AO is the one that they went with. The Thompson was the one they went with. Because it wasn't a gun that worked. Like, and there were enough guns that they could have. I think Pedersen had one. I think Pedersen had one. So I don't know why they wouldn't just use that one. So I don't know. It's just weird to me. It's just very weird to me. There's the XMP rifle can use standards of the M4 again. Is the XMP the one that had the caseless ammunition? Forgive me, my knowledge of modern guns isn't as good as it is of older ones. No, it was what came out of that project. Ah, okay. Just remembered seeing that, and I thought that was a really, really cool design, caseless ammunition thing. I thought that was really cool. A really interesting concept. ICW, and one purpose airburst grenade launcher, all sorts of fancy stuff, so it didn't happen because weight, expense, and complexity. In case I was so cool. Yeah. Yeah, probably kind of like the, what was it, the Stoner 63 rifle, which was a kind of all-in-one weapons platform that they used in, I think, Vietnam. It was like a gun that was designed to be completely, you could completely change the way it was laid out, so it could be a semi-auto, a full auto, a squad assault weapon, a machine gun, and like it could accept it could accept magazines, or it could accept belt-fed ammo. I couldn't think of the word for belt-fed. Like it was, and it looks cool. But it didn't get a very big production run because the war ended and America pulled out before it could enter like large production, so it didn't end up being anything. I need like something because I am not getting breakthrough here. Really struggling here. So don't have any goddamn tanks. That's not helping matters. And a swoop and a swoop and a zoop-de-boop. My production is way too low. Hey Dana, it's going pretty good. How about you? Here's just on the trip. That's myself. Nice. Very nice. So I guess you're house sitting for them? sitting taking care of dogs. Aw. Oh, that's right. I think you posted pictures of the dogs in the Discord, didn't you? Thank you for the follow, Zeusteth. Welcome to the stream. Why does it say I have to sit? Oh, there we go. The ship is going to be in production forever. Decent amount of infantry equipment. Let's try to push a little bit. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it's not a good idea. Considering I don't have much of anything. This feels like such a stalemate at first until I actually have like enough production to do something. But by that point, the other two have usually combined forces, and then I'm just screwed. I'm not good at this. I'm not good at this game. Where's Kansas? There's Kansas. Okay, why is this not going so well? Enemy air superiority. Huh, that's why. Okay. That's fair, I guess. Damn, it's well defended though. Jesus. They're entrenched. Okay, I need this to be going someplace else. There. airport's really starting to drive me nuts. Oh, for fuck's sake, no wonder I'm not making anything. I don't have any goddamn factories available. Is there... I always struggle with this because I don't know where rivers are. Like, I guess that's the state border. That's not... I never know how to fucking find this out. Because, like, I know there's a river here, but I don't know if the game counts it or not. Shit. It's not good. Losing a little bit of territory back here. That's not good. Excuse me. Oh, goodness. Well, most of Kentucky. And it's not fully yet. Struggling too much. What in the world are they? Why do they have air superiority? They have no frickin' air bases. Why did they get air superiority? God damn it. This is always what happens whenever I play as the CSA, because I'm genuinely not good enough at the game to do very well. This happens every time. Okay, I was winning that and then I got overrun. How the fuck is this happening? I mean, just... Jesus Christ. How? Absolutely infuriating. Cool. And now Canada is going to intervene. So I'm just about to get completely destroyed because I genuinely don't know what I'm supposed to do. Already running completely out of stuff, and now I'm just gonna lose the rest of what I have because I don't have I I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Don't know how I'm supposed to win or even fight effectively because like the strategy that works for any of the others doesn't work because you have to fight on so many fronts and you get no support. Nothing. You don't have any resources, you have nothing. So I genuinely don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I thought the whole point of the CSA stuff was that it got production bonuses. It doesn't seem to get production bonuses. At least not early enough to matter. So I don't fucking know. I just don't fucking know. I literally don't have enough production to cover. I'm not even making that much of a variety of things or anything either. It's just let's do that. I lose a little bit of thingy, but like I have no factories. I have no anything. I just don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do. I know it's supposed to be difficult, but god damn. This is I have never won as the CSA without cheating. And I'm playing on easy mode, so I just, yeah. I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna deal with Canada. No idea. So I need those three things. Hang on. on, break through and encircle, break through and encircle. Come on, come on, come on. You can do it. I believe in you. Okay, just move very fast, please. Thompson guns, but yeah. But only that one. Like they also made the Thompson submachine gun, which was good. Canada is an interventionist. Yeah, and Kaiserreich it is, which I'm getting worried about because I can't do much about it. I like air superiority because there's no goddamn air bases. It's a struggle. Guava jelly? That sounds not good. Instead of strawberry jelly or jam, it's guava. Eh, doesn't sound tasty to me, but I'm glad you like it. Your mom's a pincer maneuver. I remember a friend of mine from school who he made this joke that everybody just a lot of people didn't seem to get, which was very strange. Either that or they were just fucking with us. But it was yes, yes, I do believe the enemy is much more powerful than us. Bow on. Oh well, yes, that's they are advancing rather quickly. Yes, 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 yes. I do believe the worst thing we could do right now is a broadside maneuver. Oh yes, 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 quite. I agree. I agree. Yes, yes. Prepare to broadside. I haven't talked to him in a long time. Damn. All right. Hopefully that'll free up some stuff here in a minute if I can actually collapse them. Collapse in on this. Hopefully. 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 And I am out of people. Fantastic. All right, I'm gonna have to cannibalize some of the Navy, I guess, because this isn't working. What do I have? Well, also I can like just stop working on stuff down here too. They thought broadsiding would be a bad decision, but they did it anyway because that's just what people did. They would just broadside. The answer to everything is the broadside, much like whenever I play World of Warships. I'm trying to eat the Navy, but unfortunately it's not giving me my manpower back, which is pissing me off. It's just the Navy is not very useful in this situation, and it sucks because you can't like put a ship in reserve and then get the manpower back. Like it has to have the manpower to exist. And that's frustrating because that's not how that fucking works. So, I don't know. 61, 82, 150. Canada's got 69. Nice. So, that's not good. It's very not good. Okay. So, this has become a difficult situation. All right. So, fuck. Literally can't do anything. I need more PP. I need more PP. I need more political power. I need more PP. I have insufficient PP. Also, apparently I've just been slowly being pushed back here, so that's fun. That's cool. Really, really like that. I don't know enough about OC to know if that's good or not. I'm sorry. Or 20 PP, yeah. Rank 86,000 in the world. That's pretty damn good, I would say. So, defense 28. So it's better defense. Soft attack. Max speed, same, same. 401.5 and 5. Shit, it's all he played a lot of OC. Nice. I'm glad you're drawing again. Like I said, I hadn't seen anything from you in a while, and I was like, oh shit, I hope she hasn't just like stopped drawing. So you am very good artist. And it did at least seriously put my nephew regularly found out you can draw on the top. Oh, the attack of the nephew. He knows where the color wheel and starts poking at it. Aw. Alright, let's attempt to do Sherman's March. And probably fail horrifically. That kind of worked. Some water. invade me if Germany and France start going at it quickly enough, which they should in this next month. So fingers crossed, I'm not going to have to fight Canada. Not because Canada is necessarily that difficult to deal with, it's just I can't deal with it and the other two belligerents at the same time. France and Germany not fighting. Fight, goddammit, fight! Come on, do something. There we go. I knew it was it was in August sometime, I just didn't remember when. There we go. Now France and Germany can duke it out, and I can hopefully not worry about Canadian intervention because they're going to try and declare war on Britain. Hopefully, 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 hopefully. It's going to suck if they don't, because I don't have enough to deal with them. Welcome back, hon. Feeling better? That's good. I can just get America's dick turned off, then things should run a little bit more smoothly. I really need to just get this front like shortened so that if I do have to fight Canada, it's easier on me. Okay, Germany's fighting Russia now. Canada, I need you to go declare war on Britain, please, because, my God. harder. Please. Push harder. At least I have plenty of oil. Okay on fuel. It's something. I am playing Hearts of Iron 4, the Kaiserreich mod. Alternate history thing where basically World War II, if World War One had been won by Germany instead of the Entente. And I am desperately trying to prevent Canada from invading me. Hello, I'm fine. How are you? Yeah, trying to play Kaiserreich, trying to win as the CSA for the first time legitimately. I've always struggled to do this. There it is. Fuck. God damn it. You piece of shit. Never have enough fucking units. Vanilla or Kaiserreich? Kaiserreich, I tend to just really enjoy Germany or Second American Civil War. God damn it. Yeah, no shit, I fucking lost thing. God damn it, I don't have enough fucking units to fucking do anything because the whole fucking game is designed to fuck me over. Yeah, I know everybody's my goddamn enemy now. I've done nothing wrong. I was the rightful president. I did nothing wrong. Okay, everybody just fucking get called in at once so I can fucking work. Jesus. See, this is what's gonna kill me. Even if I manage to survive this, it's always, or excuse me, even if I manage to survive to this point, I always end up getting fucked up here. Because I literally don't have, I don't play vanilla a lot. Usually America just because I'm not very good at the game, but yes, yes, Canada, I know. You have friends literally everywhere. Literally the entire fucking world is your friend. I get it, I get it. You don't have to keep fucking calling. Just call everybody at once. It does not cost anything to do that. Just, my God. No, I've pretty much only played as America and Germany. I tried Japan earlier, but I was just getting frustrated, so. Okay, Canada, seriously, for the love of God, just fucking call everybody at once. Please. Just call everybody at once. Please. I'm so tired of hitting okay. Oh, cool. That's not, okay. Yeah, that's fucking nice. Okay, game. Okay. All right. I'm gonna lose because of goddamn Canada, aren't I? They're just gonna fucking take Chicago, and that's gonna be the end of it. Just like every fucking game. I'm not good at this game. I'm so sick of it. Hey kids, please fucking protect Chicago. Oh my God. Nope, okay, or not. Just, just let it fucking fall. Okay, don't fucking prioritize going there. Whatever. That's fine. Just, my God. This is bullshit. This is fucking bullshit. What the fuck was that? Oh, cool. Oh, that's gonna be fun trying to dig out. Great. Game, why? Why can you not? Why can you not? Just fucking protect shit, please, for the love of all that's good and holy. Yeah. I know Chicago fucking fell. What else was gonna fucking happen? God damn it. Let me guess. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's all getting me fucked over. My current territory looks like, once again, Canada is fucking me over because, as if the CSA doesn't have it hard enough, Canada has to step in. Oh, look at me. I'm Edward the Eighth. Oh, look at me. There were 7 of me before me. That's how fucking cool I am. I'm gonna swing my dick around Quebec and come fuck you up. I play as Canada. Just, I can't fucking do shit. AI plays as Canada. It's just the most goddamn overpowered thing to ever exist. What the fuck are you even doing? Why are you not? They're not moving. Why are they not moving? What the fuck is fucking. What the fuck? Why? Why am I not allowed to retreat? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm not retreat. What the fuck? Oh my god. I hate this. I hate this so much. I hate this so goddamn much. Alright. Why? And it was going so well too. This is why I usually do a custom rule, so I just fucking don't have to deal with Canada because this is not a good fucking scenario. It's not a fair scenario. There's no I don't understand how people can win the Second American Civil War in a week. I don't understand. I can't win it in years. Yet somehow they fucking win it in like a week. No, that's it. That's it. That's it right there. That's it. Dude, literally fucking the thing. This is the easy difficulty. This is literally the lowest difficulty setting. I literally cannot make this easier. Doesn't mean anything, but oh cool. That's a thing too. Awesome. I can't do anything about it. And now I get to watch the game lag for 30 minutes because the fucking Reichspakt and Montana decided to work together. It's necessary to make my game lag forever after that happens because got fucking nothing. Got fucking nothing. Well, that's still happening. Yes, phone, I know. It's the 80th time today I've been called by the fucking Amazon scammers. I know they left a voicemail. I know they did. Cool, I'm about to lose. I'm about to lose and there's nothing I can do. Nothing I can do. Not a goddamn thing. Alright. Alright, well, cool. Nope, that's not what I wanted to hit. Well, since I've lost anyway. Oh, wow, I won! Wow, Canada lost. Cool. I just don't know how to win. I don't know how to win. Alright, well. I need to eat something. And I'm salty as fuck right now, so I am... I'm gonna wrap the stream up here. So, have a good day or good night. Whatever it is, wherever you are. I'll see you later.